It's just went down. It's 82 million. Sydney Smith.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Coy.
Good morning, Commissioner Coy.
Nice to see all of you on. I'm
I
looking to see.
Commissioner Ames Messenger. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, Chief Jones?
I'm doing just fine. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good.
My mother always told me I should turn the camera on when I'm talking to people.
And the evolving etiquette of like, how do you be human through technology is,
That's right.
I feel like it's a moving target. It'll be great as social research at some point, telling
Yeah,
us what we've
exactly.
been doing wrong all these years.
Let's see,
Morning, Commissioner Parker.
I see Vice Chair Parker and Commissioner Mohammed as well. So it looks like we are on the commissioner side. Anybody else we're expecting, Dr. Judkins? I don't believe
And
so, just making sure.
Yeah, just Commissioner Mohammed maybe is joining
I
us.
see it.
Oh,
He's
there,
on.
no,
He's
he's
on.
on. We are good to go. Perfect.
Okay, good morning, everyone. This is Commissioner Andrew Coy. I'd like to welcome you all to the February 18th meeting of the Operations Committee. If you've not done so, please mute your phone. Anyone who does not mute their phone may be muted by the call moderator or removed from the call. Additionally, if you are not a board member or the CEO and her staff, please turn off your video. I'll now read a roll call of the board to identify who is on the call. Please identify yourself before speaking for the record. Vice Chair Parker.
Chair Parker present. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Commissioner Ames Messenger.
Ames Messenger present.
Commissioner Mohammed.
Mohammed present. Good morning.
Good morning. Members of the public who would like to provide public comment to this committee can do so by signing up beginning 9 a.m. the Thursday before the meeting until 5 p.m. the Monday before the meeting date. Individuals or groups interested in providing comment to the committee may sign up one of three ways. Contact the board office at 443-642-2095. Visit the board office at 200 East North Avenue, room 406, or email the board office, schoolboard@bcps.k12.md.us. Up to 5 individuals will be given the opportunity to provide comment to the Operations Committee. Speakers will be granted 3 minutes, and all public comments should address operation-related issues. Sign up is not permitted currently the day of the meeting. Dr. Judkins, are there any public comments that have signed up for this meeting today?
Not at this time, but I'll do a quick double check.
Thank you. In addition, the chat function during our virtual call meetings will not be used as a tool for gathering feedback or answering questions from the public. If you do have follow-up questions or feedback and did not sign up in advance, please feel free to provide them by sending an email to schoolboard@bcps.k12.md.us, and board office staff will respond to you. We do have a number of items on the Operations Committee agenda this morning, starting with a waiver for school board policy FKA with Hampstead Hill Academy. And I do recall having seen this specific item in the past as well, as this is an annual recurring item. Thank you, Jonathan, for sharing your screen there. Who is presenting on this one?
Good morning, Commissioner Coy. That would be Mr. Gregory Gamble from the Real Estate Office will help run us through this.
Wonderful.
Yes, good morning, everyone. This is Gregory Gamble. I am the real estate agent for City Schools. Yes, this is a annual fundraiser event that the school puts on, and it is put on by the Hampstead Hill Academy PTO. The event roughly will raise $30,000 each year. Area restaurants donate food, beer, and wine. Many local businesses donate in-kind donations for a silent auction. Bingo is played in the gymnasium, and the event is ticketed and generally sells out every year. Tickets are sold in advance and is an adult-only event. In addition to ticket sales, money is made from the silent auction, bingo, and sales of beer and wine. Money raised is used to support teachers and students programming at HHA throughout the school year. All teacher classrooms wish lists are granted by the PTO annually. The PTO sponsors a new family welcome event each August and also supports many of our whole community events, including Dia de los, I'm not Spanish, International Breakfast, a multicultural festival, a Black History Month celebration, etc. The PTO also supports after-school clubs at HSA by purchasing any materials needed, defraying the costs of competitions or membership fees for students, etc. Finally, the PTO also purchases an HHA t-shirt for the entire school body annually, which can be worn as a uniform shirt. New this school year, our PTO is also purchasing all school supplies for our entire 1,000 students in grades K through 8.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that information. Any questions from commissioners on this request?
Just quick clarifying. Is the reason that we need a waiver just because it's going to be held in the school building?
The reason
Yes.
specifically is that the alcohol event
Oh, the
is at the
alcohol.
school building.
Yes.
Because typical events can occur, but our policy specifically prohibits the use of alcohol without a waiver. And so this is an event that I know I've seen in years past. There's not too many. The only other ones that I've seen that I can recall right off the top of my head is there's sometimes ones at Great Schools Farm that will sometimes have a fundraiser as well. But that's the specific reason that this is coming to us.
Yes, and it's also not only just the alcohol, but the gambling as well.
Okay. Thank you.
And in years past, school police will be on site, and the PTO has already provided a certificate of liability insurance.
Yeah, and I guess when you say gambling, bingo is what you're specifically referring to there, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
It's still that and the silent auctions are still a form of gambling. That's if you look at the board policy, it prohibits like any kind of gambling. So
Without specific waiver.
yeah.
Any other questions? Only question that I have is, have there been, knowing this has been an annual event, have there been any issues in the past 2 to 3 years relating to this event and any aspects of this waiver?
No, there has been no kind of incidents or issues. From what I hear from school police, everything runs smooth as silk.
Okay, well, thank you for presenting that, and I guess verifying this will go to the board at the upcoming board meeting for full vote.
Yes, I believe so. We just have to check with the schedule, but I believe this is going to come up at the next board meeting.
Okay.
It's on the agenda for the March 11th board meeting.
Okay, so 2 board meetings, but
Yeah.
it's yeah. Okay, understood. Thank you so much.
One moment,
Next,
Chair Coy, one question, and it's a really easy, quick one. Can you tell me the date of the event again?
It's Saturday, April 5th.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's any further questions, happy to entertain those. Okay, next item on the
Apologies,
agenda.
I dropped. Oh, sorry, Coy. I was just saying that from a model of like, how do you get creative community engagement into schools? I'm thankful that that is a structure that you've done, because while financial benefit is certainly essential, I think also just that how do you do this collectively as a school community? And I would say, I think we should think about what that looks like for other schools to gain that engagement. So,
And there's an
well
open
done.
invitation to any board member to come to the event for all or part of it. I'd love to show off and share some of our experience with what Commissioner Ames Messenger, you were just saying is definitely the priority is bringing the community together. So it's a really fun evening. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I think to your point, to both of the points that you're making here is there are a number of schools that will do fundraisers on a recurring basis. I certainly have seen various ones. There are fewer of them that come to us because of the specific waiver, and I think just supporting schools generally, engaging community members and doing these types of things is such a good point. So thank you. Next on the agenda, we have a presentation on the 21st Century Annual Report for information and discussion, and turning it over to Dr. Washington, our COO, and Executive Director Cynthia Smith, I believe, who are presenting on this.
Be just me. So good
Good morning. I'm Cindy Smith. I'm the Executive Director of Facilities Planning, Design, and Construction, and I have the honor of presenting to you the annual report for the 21st Century Buildings Program. We are required to provide an annual report that is approved by both our school board and by the MSA as part of the obligations for the 21st Century Buildings Plan MOU. So we do this annually right about this time. I do want to just note before we get started that this does only include schools that are in the 21st Century Buildings program. While all schools that we are building are 21st century schools, as it relates to the kinds of things we're putting in the buildings, not all of them are in the 21st Century Schools program. We are building many schools that are not in the program. We will briefly mention them. However, they're not included in the actual annual report that you should have received as a backup to the presentation. So specifically, for example, this doesn't include any of the high schools after Frederick Douglass. So City College and Poly Western will not be covered in this presentation because they are not 21st Century Schools program schools. So, okay. So today we'll just cover a little bit about the annual report, strategic priority alignment, executive summary, some updates on them, where we are with Swing Space, the surplus buildings project, community engagement, program communications, and then the financial report. This does cover the board's priorities 3 regarding high quality modernized facilities, as well as 4 about effectively engaging all stakeholders. Just as an executive summary from the report, we do have 27 out of 29 school buildings complete, and we'll of course get into details on a lot of this later on. We have achieved over 1,600 local hiring positions for Baltimore City residents. This is great. We have achieved over 355 procurement and task orders on the order of $1.3 billion. My right zeros there, but there's a lot of money that we have actually issued in contract awards so far. We've participated in over 79 statewide outreach efforts, 17 of which were organized by MSA in the last year. And we have issued contracts to MBEs on the order of $458 million, which equals about 34% participation, which is a really good participation percentage for MBEs. And just as a final note, we did extend the OSIP, which is the owner insurance plan, the owner contractor insurance plan, to cover those remaining schools, including Frederick Douglass. So just for some quick project updates, all the Plan Year 1 schools are open and have been open for quite a while at this point. Same with Plan Year 2 for the most point. The most recent ones opening as Cross Country would have been the most recent one, which opened in January 2024, so just about a year ago. Commodore John Rogers is the last Plan Year 2 school, which is under construction right now. It did start construction in the fall. It is proposed opening right now is January 2027, and we are currently on schedule and on track for that opening, still to remain the opening date. In addition, Frederick Douglass was added a few years ago as Plan Year 3, so it is the only Plan Year 3 school. Excuse me, it is under construction right now. It did start construction last summer. It is proposed to open in August 2026, and it is also currently on schedule and on target to actually open on that time with no delays. Just as a reminder, this is our community condition index map that we do present when we're talking about our schools and where we are completing projects in them, just to show that we have fairly equitably distributed the 21st century schools across the city. They are well dispersed throughout the city. Ranging from that low investment area to the higher investment areas. As a reminder, most of the Plan Year 1s and several of the Plan Year 2s were actually selected because they were receiving closing schools. So, you know, they were selectively and strategically selected to be able to receive students from schools that were closing, so as to put those students into newer conditions and better conditions if they were going to have a closed school. So just to briefly touch on those schools I mentioned at the front that are non-21st century schools building program schools, we do actually have a lot of those. As you know, Graceland Park and O'Donnell Heights, as well as Holabird, were open in 2020. We have Furley under construction right now. That's opening in June, as well as a variety of other projects, including Marie G. Faring projects, 2 different projects happening there, Armistead Gardens, the Northeast Building. We're doing work at Edmondson, Ben Franklin, City Springs, City College, and Poly Western. We did highlight in ones in green that will be net zero of those as well. So we already have 2 of those opened. Furley is scheduled to open in this spring is net zero, and City Springs, which is in design procurement, we should be having a selection here within the next 30 days of the architect, which will also be net zero when it opens. So, you know, we are making good inroads in that, you know, sustainability goal that we have as well. So, and as you can see, they're not as dispersed because we've had a lot of those on that east side of the city where we've had so much growth over the years. We've needed to accommodate in increased school building sizes. Okay, so a quick update on swing space. We do have 2 schools in swing space right now. Commodore John Rogers is in the southeast building on Fate Avenue. They did, sorry, there is a typo here. I will fix that. But they're scheduled to move out of their swing space on June 23rd, June 2023. That is not correct. That's where the typo is. That's what I just found. And but they're supposed to move into their new building in December 2026. There we go. I will fix that 2023 date before it goes to the actual presentation at the board. And then Frederick Douglass, which is a Northwestern building right now on Park Heights Avenue, and they're scheduled to move out of their swing space and move into their new building newly renovated building in August of 2026. So right about the same time.
Point of clarification, what is the correct
Yes.
date? When did they move out?
They moved. So, and that's the confusing part of this. They moved out of their existing school at Commodore John Rogers and into their swing space in 2023. So I just want to clarify that in the slide deck because that gets a little confusing. So they actually moved out of their building that's now demolished back in 2023. Yes, and construction started in 2024. Yep. So I'm just going to clean up how that's worded because it gets very confusing in these 2 words, the way that is. But anyway, we are providing transportation services via yellow bus for elementary students only for Commodore John Rogers. A major component of the 21st Century School Buildings program was the requirement for the district to decrease its footprint. We had a requirement in the MOU that we had to achieve a district-wide utilization rate of 86% in school year 1920. We did exceed that goal in SY 1920 with an actual utilization of 87%. And we're anticipating a utilization this year of 88%, which is great. So that means we're still within that target that we were trying to achieve as part of that project, or as part of that program MOU. We did not surplus any additional buildings in 2024. As a reminder, this is a report based on 2024, not for this coming year, but for this past year. We did, however, remove the southeast building from Exhibit 6, and we've replaced it with a different building that is scheduled to close because Joseph Briscoe is moving into that to be co-located with Frederick Douglass. So when they move in, the Joseph Briscoe building would be surplused and would go on Exhibit 6. Exhibit 6 is required to have 26 buildings on it as part of the MOU. To date, we have surplus 23 of those 26 schools. So we have actually come very far in that as well. And the majority of the rest of those are after, again, Commodore John Rogers and Frederick Douglass open. This program does have a very robust community engagement and PR team associated with it and a mechanism behind it. We do support every school that opens as they move. And we're continuing this into, by the way, all of those other schools that we have been working on that we listed as the non-21st Century Buildings program schools. So the Furleys, the Armistead Gardens, all of the city colleges will also receive these and have been receiving these same kinds of community engagement and PR supports. During 2024, we did support Cross Country as they moved into their new building. And we, of course, supported Frederick Douglass as they moved into their swing space. We continue to work with the Northwest Advisory Committee, who did help with that in smooth transition to the Northwestern community. And we continue to work with them throughout the other two swings that will happen into that same building after Frederick Douglass. So Frederick Douglass, and then, we continue using that building for future swings. So we will continue to work with them. We've been partnering with the Department of Transportation, the Department of Planning, school leadership to work on traffic concerns. Swing spaces are new for the schools, so working on drop off, pick up, all of that, as well as when they move back into their buildings, because typically it's a different orientation, a different drop off procedure, things like that. So we work with those schools to work out how that also works once they move into their new or renovated buildings. We continue to make sure that we are engaging with students, families, school leadership, faculty, alumni foundations, which is particularly big in our high schools, community representatives, leaders, and elected officials, and making sure that everybody has the chance to provide feedback on all of these projects. And during 2024, we did host 46 different community updates and other events regarding building updates for the 21st Century Buildings program. In addition, we of course had that one dedication to celebrate the new opening, that one ribbon cutting at Cross Country. We did give our program newsletter, which is issued quarterly, a new look and title. It's now called Future Foundations. So 2024 brought up the new look for that program newsletter, where we feature articles about project, program activities, staff highlights, student profiles, etc. And communications continues to visually document and archive the work of the program as we proceed with it. We do continue to grow the social media profiles, and we have a significant footprint on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly Twitter. In regards to the finances, revenues were approximately $6.5 million greater than budgeted, which was primarily due to investment income of $11.1 million and $0.8 million in BGE rebates. Deposits were made by the City of Baltimore were approximately $5.3 million less than budgeted based on the use of funds held in reserve from the prior period overpayments. Overall, the expenses through June 2024 were $0.5 million, so we're $500,000 under budget. This primarily is impacted by grant subsidies and contributions, which were over budget by $8.1 million. Reimbursement payments to city schools, which includes personnel and operational costs, as well as 3 FF&E reimbursements, were greater than anticipated. Prices continue to increase after COVID, unfortunately, which has impacted a lot of things, all of our construction, including the 21st Century Buildings program. In addition, MMSA indicates that the budget for the grant subsidies and contributions was just not aggressive enough for that current fiscal year expenses. Fixed charges, that category was under budget by $7.8 million. Interest payments on bonds issued for construction were less than budgeted due to the refunding of debt regarding the last issuance of the series bonds. And finally, in regards to the maintenance plan, we continue to do the comprehensive maintenance plan, which is also a part of the MOU. So we do this, and you see the CMP presented every year as well in different timeline, but we submit the CMP annually, which does provide a plan for maintaining these buildings and all of our buildings, and demonstrates progress towards achieving the metrics that are approved by the IAC for maintenance of our buildings. It provides a strategic overview of the facility maintenance program and does continue to highlight improvements and initiatives to increase efficiency and improve the quality of services in our maintenance team. We continue to work with MSA project managers to obtain information from the schools delivered during 2024 to input into our CMMS system, our computerized maintenance management system, to ensure that all warranty information, preventive maintenance information, and all of that is within the CMMS system to make sure that we are adequately maintaining and operating all of the new buildings. And that is it. Are there any questions?
Thank you for that presentation. Questions from my fellow commissioners?
None, thank you.
One of the things I'd be interested in understanding and thinking about here for a second, first off, this is some incredible work that represents, a decade plus of just, a pretty monumental investment in our school buildings, in what we are doing. I have a question related to this, but I see Commissioner Mohammed, your hand, so I'll defer to you, and then I'm happy to ask my question or encouragement, as it were.
Appreciate it, Chair Coy. Good morning. I think that I'm excited about the cost savings that we were able to identify. It's always great to hear, especially when it comes to our construction budgets, because costs are constantly going up. So I would like to hear about lessons learned and where we were able to find those cost savings. And if you can give us just some insight into the where those dollars now will live, now that we've been able to create a surplus.
So I would have to actually go back to the state authority. So I'll have to give you an update, send you an update after the meeting in regards to exactly how those cost savings were found within the program. MSA is in charge of the financials for it. So, I have to get that information from them. I would say I do know, however, that any cost savings that are found within the program are reinvested in the program. It's what actually covers things like the fact that they are putting money, MSA is putting money towards the Reach Field. You'll see later a request for some additional funding for that, but they had an obligation to put almost $2 million towards the Reach Field. So there was some savings that was accommodated from that. It also covers things like when we request some owner updates to things like Frederick Douglass or Commodore John Rogers, when we asked the HVAC systems be changed from the previous systems that were designed to a system that we can better maintain and operate, that however costs more upfront. Those costs are reinvested into those programs and into those schools to cover those additional things that we make. So literally it just keeps getting reinvested into the program.
I appreciate it and look forward to further communication regarding where those cost savings actually live. Thank you for the work. Great job.
Yeah, and I do think, as I look back and as I was reading some of the items in the report, just this past decade plus of work, so often the narrative that is pushed out there in the world around Baltimore City, is counter to the truth of what is seen right here. First off, right, just incredibly well managed, and just delivering on building infrastructure for our students that is fit and amazing places to learn, and just thinking about like how over the next year we truly celebrate the monumental investments that have been made, and how incredibly well it has been managed in difficult and even volatile times with construction supply chain issues, inflation, a pandemic. Like all of this has been while this has also been going on. And I do think as we're at the end here, right, of this program, I remember it was quite the bold push to have this approach taken 10 years ago. And I'd be really interested, and I appreciate what you highlighted in the program communications, right? You sort of spoke to some of the ways that you're communicating this out, but I would love for us to lift it up even more, and to say over and over again, how this investment has been an investment in our students, in their learning, in buildings that say to them, we value you, that has been incredibly well managed in spite of all these challenges. There certainly have been challenges. There have been things that, whether it's HVAC systems that have been issues or other things, but all of it to say, I do think an analysis of what similar historical time period we could compare this undertaking to in city schools. Has there been? There could be. I don't know enough, admittedly, about the full history of Baltimore City schools, but there might not be. I'd be interested to see, is there anything that is comparable? And if not, then we should just say that. What, if any, other contemporary, urban districts have undertaken a similar scope of scale of investment? I'd be curious just to say, like, what else is out there? And then you kind of suggested some of this, but I do think doing more to try to share what lessons we have learned about the work that we could share with other districts or future investments by our own district. I just would love for us over the next year to spend some extra time being reflective on what this decade worth of monumental investment has meant, and doing a little bit of that retrospective, celebratory, and really pushing the narrative out there that is true, which is this has been an incredible investment, well managed, and has delivered on the promises that were set out. And while there certainly are questions I would love for us to examine around things like utilization and some of the calculation and some of the different ways that we consider, some of the underlying structure, I do want us just to take a bit of time to celebrate the accomplishments here, frankly.
Great, thank you.
So that's a charge, I guess, as much to the communications team as it is.
I'll be in touch with our comms team about what we can do over this next year. Yes.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions from my commissioners? Okay. Well, thank you for that presentation.
Sorry.
Oh, go for it.
Just a quick clarification. And so we have 3 buildings left to be turned over, and have those been identified yet? Like, how many have been identified?
In Exhibit 6.
Yes.
Yes, so they're all listed. We have to maintain a list on Exhibit 6. So those 26 buildings have had to continuously be. That's why we update that basically in the annual review. When you vote to change things on Exhibit 6, is because we do have to continue to always have 26 buildings on there.
And what are the remaining 3?
I will have to ask. I know Briscoe is one of them, but I'm not 100% sure. And I don't want to give you something that's not correct. So I have to double check on that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. Then moving on to the next item. Excuse me.
Good morning. This is Mary Ann Cox. I'm the Deputy Chief Financial Officer for City Schools. And I'd like to extend Finance's greetings to the Ops Committee Chair, the Ops Commissioners, the City School staff members, and of course our community partners. On behalf of the Chief Financial Officer, Chris Doherty, and the Chief Operations Officer, Dr. Washington, we're going to present 4 supplemental appropriations today, 3 of which, these 4 supplemental appropriations have multiple projects, so it will vary with the request. I did want to say that these requests will cover 2 board meetings. The first 3 supplemental appropriations, which total over $8.1 million, will be presented for board approval at the board meeting on 2/25/2025. So that will include the District Building Consolidation Plan Phase 1, the Patterson Park High School parking and collaborative space, and the third would be the decentralized building control and monitoring. The fourth supplemental appropriation, whose source of funding is unassigned fund balance, will be for the Reach Field, and that will go to the public board meeting on 3/11. So that total is $10.7 million gross, but the net cost to city schools, because of the additional fundings that will be provided by MSA, City of Baltimore, other fundings, that would be $5 million. So I wanted to talk about the board priorities, as you can see with the agenda item. City Schools, Finance actually identifies 3 board priorities for the supplemental appropriations. So it's board priority 3, 5, and 7. Board priority 3 is that city schools will have high quality modernized facilities and resources that support the success of our students, educators, administrators, and staff. We also note priority 5, which is city schools will provide equal access to the district services, resources, and facilities to ensure the success of the students, staff, and the surrounding community. And 7, which is board priority 7, which is city schools will continuously work towards equity of all levels in implementing policies, practices, and procedures that create a welcoming and inclusive academic and professional environment. I also wanted to note that in accordance with board policy DIG, which is entitled Fund Balance, the CEO has the authority to place projects in assigned fund balance. However, when we go to move items from the assigned fund balance, we go to the board for approval. So that's what we're doing now for these particular requests. As you can see, the first request for today from assigned fund balance is a total of 3.9 million related to the district building consolidation plan project phase 1. You will now note down in the source of funding that this 3.9 million was included in a line item in the FY 2024 general fund assigned fund balance of 8.9 million for this total project. So this is just phase 1 of totaling 3.9 million. These are the individual projects, and Cindy Smith will offer her comments here.
So good morning again. So similar to, how we've been looking and we do the annual review for our schools, we started this year with taking a look at our district office buildings as well to see how we could, consolidate as we needed to and not have buildings that, especially since many of our buildings that are district office buildings are in pretty poor condition because we can't use capital funds for them. So we can only use this type of funding to do improvements at these buildings. So, what could we do to consolidate some of them, to decrease our footprints regarding districts building office space, and as well as then do some of the improvements that those buildings need. So there it is. So the first one would be the transportation department. We need to do some interior work there, as well as the fact that honestly, the fire alarm and the sprinkler system just does not work there, which is a big safety issue for our staff that operates out of that building. So we need to make sure that that's working. For Claremont, we're actually going to keep Claremont and move some of our other team members there. We have to keep it because of a contiguousness to the building, the food and nutrition warehouse building. So we have to keep it. So we're going to move some other staff there and fence it for security. We're actually going to demolish the repair shop building. It is in really bad condition. We have been moving that staff that's in the repair shop to a different site. We'll continue to do that. And once we do that, we'll be demolishing that. We're going to repave it and use it for school buses. We need more additional space for parking school buses. So this will become basically a paved area for school bus with fence around it. The grounds hut is also in really bad shape. Fortunately, there are very few staff members who are even out of that building anymore because it's really, really, really falling down. So we're going to again demolish that one too and use it for supplemental parking for roll-offs and for dumpsters and things like that we provide to schools that we own. So we'll basically be demolishing and then paving that as well for additional storage space of outdoor things. The Chinkopin building, we've actually been moving some of our mechanical services over to the Chinkopin building. So this is just some of the IT and consolidation work for that. We will be keeping the McMecken building for transportation. So as part of this, we need to provide some additional parking for buses there. So we'll basically have a hub that's the transportation depot and a hub that is the McMecken building as kind of our two, and then the Bradish site that we worked on last year. That was one of these as part of last year's request. So the Bradish will be the third site, but the McMecken and the transportation depot where most of the staff are and most of the buses will be. So we need to put some more paving as well as some security for the remoter areas of that lot once we've paved it. And then finally, the PDC building, we've been using it for consolidation of different things within the district as well. It does need some security upgrades to continue to use it, and there is staff that works out of the PDC building. Ultimately, this consolidation plan, this is just phase one, but our whole plan will allow us to surplus a few buildings, which will allow us to reduce that operating costs of our non-academic buildings, which is the goal that we're trying to get to here.
Quick question on the PDC building. When you say consolidation, you're referring to other offices and other spaces moving
Yes.
to this space. And so you need to do some interior upgrade maintenance to ensure that it's appropriate for the work that's going to be done out of there now.
As well as literally just the moving of things. Moving of things costs money. So the moving of things and then some security. But yes, that's exactly right.
Questions on this first supplemental appropriations item from other commissioners?
If you could just give us a sense, I would say again, I'm new, so we're jumping into the process. Give a sense of scale of the number of buildings that we kind of had at the beginning of the process, and what's the goal? Are we looking at like a 50% consolidation? Like what's the sense of scale? And also the number of staff that are like total that are based out of these types of sites. And if these are follow-up questions by email, absolutely. But
It's definitely gonna
just
be
a sense
follow-up
of scale.
questions here because the staff number I do not have. I need to open the folder for the actual number of buildings that we will be getting rid of. We have a whole I'm sorry, I was not expecting that question. So I was not prepared.
I'm sorry, it is not urgent. I think just at some point by the time this comes to you, because I again like really am thoughtful. I appreciate operations general approach to how can we target funds to students and forward facing spaces, but also be respectful of we need to make sure that all of our employees work in safe, supportive environments. And you do a wonderful job. And I think just having that sense of like a grander, like what is the strategy, where are we moving through, and how can we quantify that? It is helpful to know for me, but I think is also like you are doing a great job. So how can we tell that story in the things that are less sexy, for lack of a better word, you're like that are so important to allowing us to do the really important work well.
It's funny that you use that terminology because that's what our planning department director likes to use, is the less sexy. This is the less sexy. Not the sexy work.
You do the sexy and the non-sexy work very well. And I've now said that word way more than I should in a formal board meeting, but I do appreciate your diligence in this.
Can I hijack the share real quick, Jonathan?
Of course, all yours.
I'm trying to figure out, because this is an internal doc. I can share, I think, just this one page. And I'm going to see if I can make it a little bit larger for people to see. But this is what we currently have is 14 sites, 14 buildings, and about 1.5 million square feet of building space for our district offices. Claremont Transportation Depot and Repair Shop share the same property. Robb Street Warehouse and Claremont actually also share the same property. The Ground Shop, Bradish, that has been most recent. The Grounds Huts. Garrison Middle is currently on the list. The Chinkopin site where we moved mechanical services to. West Side Skills Center, which is not vacant yet, but is slated to be once we move the CT spaces into Edmondson. We lease McMecken currently, the PDC building, and then of course this building that we're in right now. The intent will be that we will keep Claremont, Warehouse 15, Robb Street. We're going to demolish the repair shop. That becomes a lot, so we don't necessarily lose that lot space, but we lose the lot or the building. So we'll be going down to 11 sites and 9 buildings ultimately. So it's basically a reduction of 5 buildings and 500,000 square feet. Getting rid of the ground shop, getting rid of the Hut building, keeping that property, ultimately getting rid of Garrison now, ultimately getting rid of Chinkopin, and then maintaining the rest of them. So that literally 5 buildings, but keeping a few of those sites. So yeah. As far as staff impacted, like the idea is, of course, all of the staff just has spaces. Like, so I don't know the numbers of, the staff that we're gonna be shifting around, but we can get that. But, every one of them, like we're trying to get them spaces that are adequate. Like you said, having fire safety systems in buildings that don't work is just that's not right. We've got to get fire alarms right that work in these buildings. We've got, restrooms that are in really bad shape in some of them. So like, we've done some upgrades here, trying to do those same things to other buildings as well, so that all of our staff has adequate spaces to operate out of as well.
Thank you.
And I think, Commissioner, this is sort of what you're underscoring, but I'll add some of my own commentary perhaps on top of it, which is, this represents to me just insight into the health of the rest of the work that you all are doing. This is like the analogy I'll give is the emergency room visit versus the annual physical, the sort of preventative maintenance, if you will, the like being healthy, the type of work that you all are doing to look at these different spaces, consolidate. There's nothing that feels to me like it's reactive in terms of forcing your hands on these things, but it's just a symbol to me that you all are sufficiently experienced, that you have been doing this for a long time, that you all are just just exemplary in this regard, and the type of maintenance that is needed here to care for these things only comes after you have put out enough of the fires, if you will, the emergency room visits. So just underscoring this to me is what a decade worth of plus, right, of just experience and work allows for us as a district to take care of. And so saying thank you and just lifting that up of these are things that are needed, and we are grateful that you all are looking into them and making plans, but they're not easy to plan around because of the point you made, which is the restrictions on various funds that can address these items, and which is why they are, frankly, in the state that some of them are in. So thank you for figuring out the solutions here. Any other comments or questions from other commissioners?
A small comment / question. So this appropriation was named Phase 1. Do we have anticipation for Phase 2? Just curious around why we decided to say Phase 1. It makes me feel that something's coming later. So that's why
10 phases.
Imagine.
10 years.
10 phases.
We have a 10-year plan. We put it together, a 10-year plan of funding. Yeah, for what we had to do immediately. Basically, there's a 3-year, or so Phase 1, 2, 3 are like the immediates to do all those shifts to get to that surplusing of 5 buildings. And then there's the future, skin work. Like this building needs windows, for example, and future fire alarms, future roofs. So we do have it phased out. We do have a 10-year plan out created for them.
Is it shareable?
I will double check on that. Yes.
Because it's good to see things like right now you're asking us to vote on something for next week. It's good for us to plan and think about things to kind of see it. So then when it comes up, it's not immediate. It doesn't feel like we're just hearing about it. And another thing is we want to see things maybe early so we don't have to sit through a 20-minute, 30-minute presentation. We'll already have it. And then when it's time to go to appropriations or go for a vote, we're just getting high levels. So that's just certain things I want us to start thinking about moving forward.
Absolutely. Yeah, we will double check and share as appropriate. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item relating to Patterson High School.
Yes, that's right. This is the second of the supplementals to be funded by assigned fund balance at the end of FY 2024. This funding will use the total amount that was placed in assigned fund balance for this project of 800,000. And it relates to the Patterson High School parking expansion and collaborative space enclosure project. So this will also go for board review and hopefully approval at the board meeting on 2/25.
So me again. So two
Please, sir.
projects that we'd like to do at Patterson. Number one, the parking expansion. So as you may be aware, Patterson has already basically overcrowded from the new building construction. A lot of that has to do with how the IAC permitted us to build that new building and what counted as spaces, what didn't count as spaces, what we had to shrink to fall within the IAC requirements for what, the size building we could build there. But part of that then is because they have a lot of multi-language learners. Had to think of the current acronym, the multi-language learners that are in the building. There's a lot of spaces that have helpers and additional staff people that support. So the parking lot is just nowhere near sufficient for the number of staff that's there. And unfortunately, unlike a lot of our other sites where you can park in the neighborhoods, that is not, you can't park on the main street there. There really isn't any neighborhood parking that isn't like a real hike to get, to the building. So we would like to use and take over some of the green space that we did have at the Patterson site that's not like fields or anything like that, but that was just, excess space in the site and create some larger parking areas. In addition, to support some of those helpers, some of those support staff for the school. The school has not been using some of the collab spaces as collab spaces just because of the oversight and management of them and what that is going to require. So we are proposing, and we've been working with the principal on enclosing a few of those, which would be this one. Really supports more. It doesn't create any additional classrooms. Unfortunately, none of the spaces were large enough for that, but it would create pull-out spaces or teacher collab, learning and teaching spaces for them to work as resources, or conference rooms, for them to have meetings with, parents as they come in. So it would create some additional spaces that are flexible for use for the school. So we would like to do that with this.
Thank you for that overview. Any questions? Okay, Commissioner Mohammed, I see you come off mute.
Thank you. So this project is of concern, not just for Patterson. It's really of concern of how we're building our high schools and assuring that we're meeting the needs of what could be, as we intend to have our high schools meet capacity and all our schools meet capacity. How do we start to shape our plans and building to be able to meet those needs from day one, rather than coming back to be able to get this done? Now, I really got to highlight that I like the expansion plan and the use of what we're doing. And I think that it should happen, and Patterson certainly deserves it. So this is not against the plan for Patterson. It's more about our approach and making sure that as we are developing our construction plans and we're in that planning process, that we actually meet all needs at that point, rather than coming back around needing to use supplemental funding.
So there's a couple different things there. Patterson was built as a replacement building because, frankly, there was a major structural issue with the building that was going to require the whole building to be reskinned, that made it so that it was no longer cost effective. It was just not a cost effective renovation. It had to be a replacement at that point. And we had to meet, under the 21st Century Buildings Program, per the MOU, we had to meet the IAC utilization targets, and we had to follow their requirements for the sizes of the buildings. That's why the building doesn't have a pool. That's why the building doesn't have, or, things like weight rooms count as classrooms. Spaces that, you know, typically you don't teach in, like weight room, for example, or a dance room, count as classrooms with the way that the IEC does their capacity calculations right now. And this is something that we flag constantly with the IEC. This is I'm going to say a constant battle. This is something that is something that we are consistently raising to the IAC, is that the way that they count capacity calculations, unfortunately, does not work, especially for high schools, because there are spaces that high schools have to have robust programming that are not supported in the way that a capacity calculation is considered. In addition, however, there has been an influx of students over here because of the new building. We have seen, because of the new building and because the east side has been growing, like that has been the side where our growth has been significantly for multi-language learners. And so, you know, we're trying to accommodate that. We could also, though, only build the school for the size that the IEC allowed based on our overall high school utilization across the district. So it's not just how many students went there. Because we're a choice district, the IEC looks at things and says, well, then ship your kids somewhere else. And, you know, that was, of course, the very not very nice way to say that, you know, we're struggling with them to say, you know, that those kids, the students want to stay at the students that they, you know, they choose the school that they go to, and that's not necessarily to go to Edmondson if they live where Patterson is, right? You don't, those students aren't necessarily choosing to go there, although the IAC looks at it and says, well, you've got seats somewhere else, so they should just go somewhere else. And that's just not the way that the district works. So that's been a struggle that we've been constantly fighting with them about it. The parking lot was designed around the size that the building was designed for. So all of those site accoutrements that, you know, whether it's the field or everything else, but the parking lot was sized for the staff that would have been fitting in the number of classrooms that there are. But because there's all those aides, all that influx of students for multi-language learners, all the extra teachers for multi-language learners, the support staff, that school has received more staff than were ever anticipated as part of the design, or as anticipated as part of the design based on what the IEC said the design should be. And because the funding for that was through the 21st Century Buildings Program was restricted to what the IAC said that the funding should be and the size should be, we were very limited in what we could do for even things like the size of parking lots and things like that. So it's actually, to be honest, is very similar to the HVAC projects that we came up with last time. It's the, you know, this is some unfortunate consequences to the types of buildings that we were required to build and the sizes of buildings that we were required to build under the funding program that we were required to build under. The City College, for example, renovation, it is what it is, but we have a big addition going on there. We always are stuck with our sites though. Like we have to build within our site constraints. We're lucky that Patterson still had some green space that we could take over even to do this parking lot expansion. Not all of our sites even have space for parking lots, period. I just want to clarify that. Like, you know, for example, if Highlandtown was one of these, Highlandtown 215, there's no space. So I'm just, you know, tossing out there that we have some schools that are literally curb to curb, you know, sidewalk to sidewalk on, you know, all four sides, that there isn't parking lots to begin with. So that's where we, you know, use our community resources, those community side streets, you know, that kind of thing for our parking. And unfortunately that doesn't exist at Patterson. City College and Poly Western, I just want to clarify for you all. City College and Poly Western are what they are. And because Poly Western, for example, is a renovation because we did not want to tear it down and lose some of the spaces that we had, like the pool. We would have lost the pool had we chosen to do that as a replacement building under the IAC rules. So we made strategic plans to do what we're doing there, for example, and to do what we're doing at City College so that we don't lose much needed resources like we had to lose at Patterson. So we're trying, you know, to obviously we had lessons learned at Patterson, but we also had constraints at Patterson that we didn't really have a choice in, that we're trying to make sure that we figure out ways to mitigate as we, you know, go forward with these other high schools to make sure that they have what they need.
I appreciate that insight. I would ask if we could possibly receive some information on what the outlook looks like when we look at schools that are being developed right now, like Dunbar, and knowing that we're going to have 2 schools on that site now. Where are we with issues regarding this so that the board can be aware and if need be a resource that if there's some advocacy that's needed on our level, that we could be able to be a support rather than kind of on the back end needing to find other ways to be able to resolve these problems. So I appreciate the insight. It's a heavy lift. It's not something that's easily fixable, but we got the right one carrying it. So thanks.
I think
No,
just
thank you for that
briefly,
question.
I was just going to briefly add on Commissioner Mohammed's statement of, I think like looking at how can we equip, and this is kind of a note, an internal note to us as a board, as much as anything else, of like, how are we equipping effective advocacy and communication in these things? And this comes up in a lot of things where it's like city schools ends up wearing the brunt of the problem when, ultimately it's, it's a state issue. It's living in Comar, it's living, with the legislature. And like, but at some point in this season where there are a lot of things coming down the pike of how do we equip not only the board, but also families and students and local lawmakers to actually press on the levers of where the problem is. So I think like this is a good case study of, I think, something that occurs often of how can we meet education in a way that is empowering people to actually weigh in when there is pressure and frustration.
And maybe to underscore this, just and to validate one of my understandings, you can say whether I'm accurate in how I've come to understand this. Part of the reasons the IAC determinations are a problem, right? That a frustration, at least for us, is the degree to which we, more than other districts across the state, do rely on the state funding versus local funding. And so part of the reason that these types of determinations are, I'll say, persist, is that other districts are able to work around them in other sourcing of dollars. Is that an accurate summation, or where am I wrong in that?
No, you are correct. You are very correct. Other LEAs that have more local resources can put local support then into those schools to build the additional spaces that they might need. But because we're 96%, and in the 21st century buildings case, it was yes, there's our money in it, but we were really 100%, bound by their rules. It's because of the amount of state funding that we have there. If we have local money to put into it, we're freed up a little bit more on what we can build, but we don't have that.
Yeah, and I guess this just underscores the systemic sort of issues where it's like somehow our students shouldn't have weight rooms or pools or, frankly, auditoriums that aren't also cafeterias, for example. Like all of these sort of small things that are, that just compile and say that, we are limited, even though there's so many ways that we are clearly and obviously managing well those resources. Just underscore it like that. That's been my observation and interpretation. And so I think, to your point, Commissioner Haynes-Messenger, the push on legislative side of saying, like, to what degree is this a legislative priority, that we could say this is having a perhaps unintended, I hope unintended impact on city schools. But we can certainly have an intended impact to change some of these things if there's a coordinated effort and communication of where the problem is, that it's not purely on city schools making decisions for what we choose to put into our buildings, but that we are bound by some of these guidelines that don't feel considered of our, or at least others have found ways to solve around them, and we are unduly bound by them. So that's my first sort of reflection. Thanks for validating that interpretation. The second sort of point or question I have is around this utilization rate that you reference, which was agreed to. I don't know exactly when it was agreed to, but I imagine it was a while ago. This was probably more than a decade ago that we agreed to that utilization rate in the MOU. Was that related to the sort of passage of the 21st Century Building Program?
Was, yes, that 86% that we actually just talked about in the annual report. Yes, that 86% was part of the MOU, documented in the MOU. It originally had no end date to it, as in they wanted us to maintain it forever and ever, and we forced an end date because we didn't think that that was fair. However, they are still pushing on us to continuously maintain 86% or higher.
And that was my question is when and how are we able to renegotiate that? When is the end date? Because it does seem that it binds us in certain ways and doesn't allow for some of the, I see and hear in your planning the desire to respond to different areas of growth within the city, different changes in demographics, and to be able to tell somebody on the east side, that you have to travel all the way over to the west side is like how many hours of students. I know there was just a report that came out that was speaking to how much students have to travel already, and I guess this agreement, my question is when and how are we able to renegotiate that? What is the end date? And how are we thinking about what we feel like would be achieving the desires of what that I think is speaking to, but doing so in a way that is more insightful, more nuanced, and less just restrictive in unhelpful ways?
So the MOU didn't actually define an end date. We forced one into it with okay, we're going to pick a date and say, okay, we've now achieved this. And I reported I no longer have that slide in front of me, but I believe it was 1920. I'd have to go back to that slide deck, but we
So
did
school year 2019, 2020.
Yes. Yeah. We kind of said that was going to have to be because we couldn't just continue to have an unending target that we were forever to maintain. However, they are forcing and really pushing on that whole, we have an unending target that they want us to forever to maintain. Every meeting we have with them, it's that continuously, how are you going to maintain your 86%? And Dr. Washington, did you have something else?
Yeah, and so I just think that one of the other things that we also need to be reminded of is that the reason why we were able to get to the 86% is because we did closures and consolidations. And so when you don't have those resources on the table to continue to do that, particularly at the elementary level or the middle school level, where we have significant challenges around utilization. Right now, we're doing it for our high schools. So we're doing renovations for our high schools. But if you don't have resources to continue to do consolidations, additions, changing the footprint of our portfolio, then we really don't have the ability to do anything else as it relates to utilization. And so even as we go through the process of having conversations and doing the negotiations around utilization, until the district is given additional resources to invest in our infrastructure, we really can't move our utilization one way or another.
Yeah, and so this is where, Dr. Judkins, perhaps we make a note to really think about, and Vice Chair Parker, you and Chair Sally, leading out and saying like, how as we as a board can we sort of support and help in sort of changing these underlying condition? Because to your point, Dr. Washington, like the conditions that allowed for that are no longer, right? Like we have achieved, to the district's point, what you all have said to them. But if they're not accepting, or if they continually bring that up, is there a role that the board can play in helping to change this sort of condition that we're under, where everything is always being judged against that in a way that is would force us to close schools in the future, right? And I think this is something I certainly have heard from Commissioner Esposito in some of her observations and analysis, is this condition here is having this unintended, or at least not our intent, implication over somewhere else, and that we should ensure that there's an accepted and not a continual fight here over this this condition. So if there's something that we as a board can do, I would certainly really encourage us to take a look at this, and just knowing in our broader conversations around portfolio, around charter schools, around, like, we're having these broader conversations around how we review schools on this annual basis. I just think that, like, this enters into that in a way that is not obvious perhaps at first, but is pernicious to say the least. And you all, I'm saying this to you all knowing that, like, you all are the ones that are fighting this, that you all are the ones that are saying it, but maybe I'm reflecting back as much to say I, as a board member, and we as a board see it and want to know how we can be helpful in this broader landscape. Okay, well, that was a much longer conversation than maybe the 2 items on here would have suggested. But thank you, Commissioner Mohammed, for your question. Any other questions on this before that kind of got us down that path? Any other questions before we go on to the next item? And yeah, let's move on then to the DCS building control and monitoring project.
Yes, this request also would be funded by general fund assigned fund balance. It totals $3.4 million for the decentralized building control monitoring project. And it's my understanding that it is associated in some way or related to the building automation system that city schools had previously funded. Yes.
So these funds are going to be used for the infrastructures, the IT cards, the gateways, shipping installation, for the installation of, in particular, electric voltage drop sensors and water leak sensors. We have a lot of insurance claims, risk management claims due to, water, damage in buildings where something, leaks, a pipe breaks, a sink is left on, and, same with HVAC systems that basically go out of whack, go out of sequence and sync because, there's electric voltage, surge through them. So by being able to monitor these and tie these into our building management system, we'd be able to monitor them and hopefully catch them before it becomes a problem, and actually then, mitigate some of that risk management. If there are any specific questions, Monique Rumo is on, and she'll be able to answer some of those because this is more on her side.
Any questions from my fellow commissioners? This again feels very much like the preventive health and maintenance that I'm so glad you all are in a position to think and plan for and to do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the last item, which I know might also have a number of questions related to it. And just noting for folks on the call that we do not have any public comment sign up for today. But we will go into the procurement agenda next, but just want to say that before we go into the last item here on supplemental appropriations.
Okay, this is the 4th of the supplemental appropriation request. This one will go to the public board meeting on March 11th. It's on that schedule right now. This project is called the Reach Field Project. And you can see down in the agenda item summary that the gross amount of the request is $10,667,580, but the net cost to city schools will be $5,017,580 because of some funding contributions that will come to city schools for participation in this event. And Cindy Smith can provide some of the details on that. Please note that the source of funding for this is unassigned fund balance. But like, as I said, we will take out the gross amount because that's the amount we would need to create purchase orders in. But after we get our contributions from the other sources, the net cost will be a little over 5 million.
So the Reach Field, so this is a project we've been working on for quite a while now. I think, as you know, our athletic fields are often at the very bottom of the capital list and very rarely achieved because there's so many other systemic needs that take up all of our capital funding, right? So we very hardly ever get to the field route. However, most of them are in very poor condition, which has a very detrimental impact on our student athletes. We entered into an MOU with the city and with Rec and Parks and the MSA several years ago to build a new field at Lake Clifton Park. So when the Reach School was built at what was the Fairmont Harfa building and is now the Lake Clifton Park building, it is an active high school. It did not receive any athletic fields as part of its 21st century program. A lot of it because of money, but also because we literally built, basically build area to build area within our site. That whole big site is actually Rec and Park site. We have a small corner of it carved out where the Lake Clifton Park building is. But when we did the gym addition onto that building, we pretty much, hit the end of our building envelope within our buildable area of our site. So everything else there is Rec and Park's land. So because it wasn't our land, 21st century money couldn't directly support that because it's not our property. Like there were rules in there about how we have to provide them the free and clear property to work on, and we can't provide them free and clear property to work on when it's not our property to begin with. So we worked out a plan with MSA to put some of that fund savings from some of those other projects that they've accumulated through the years to this project. Because if they did it through that means and they provided it to us for us to do, there was a little more flexibility with that. And then we entered into an agreement with Rec and Parks also for them to put quite a bit of money towards it as well, that we would then manage and then share use with Rec and Parks for a field on the Lake Clifton Park property, but for the Reach students. And we have an agreement in place with Rec and Parks, as far as, our use of that field. Rec and Parks wanted an 8-lane track instead of a 6-lane to make sure that it was a fully competitive for them too as well. So we've been working in conjunction with them all along to make sure that what we wanted to put here supports both Rec and Parks as well as our high school students. And the agreement was that city schools, we would design and build it and oversee it with this pot of money that came in from a variety of different sources. So from MSA, from Rec and Parks. In addition, Senator McCray was able to obtain a bond bill that would support the construction. So he was able to obtain a $1.25 million bond bill to support this as well. So this is for a turf football field with all, goalposts, scoreboard, etc. The 8-lane track, bleachers, and then lighting infrastructure was always the point. We then, with the bond bill, we designed lighting for Intuit. However, the bids came in with the increase in pricing across the board way higher than what we expected it to be. Now, I do want to note that it's partly because the site is very wet. We have a lot of stormwater management we have to do here. This is we've actually got wetlands right adjacent to where we're building the track. So it is a very, very wet area. We've got to do a lot of grading and stormwater management. But the overall bid with contingency, and you'll see, that procurement item is on, same agenda as this item, for a total of $10.6 million. With the funding from MSA, Rec and Parks, the bond bill, and us, we've managed to put that together, but we would be reimbursed by Rec and Parks and the bond bill and MSA. That's not money that they give to us to be able to put into the pot. So I have to be able to issue a purchase order to the contractor for the full amount, and then we will get reimbursed by those other entities for this. So that's where our total cost will only be just over $5 million for us, because those other entities are bearing money into this. MSA has 1.9 million, Rec and Parks has 2.4 million, and the bond bill is 1.25.
Questions from my fellow commissioners? Yeah, Vice Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. Do we have a timeline on when the other entities would be able to actually submit their money?
So we invoice them. So we'll be invoicing them as we go through the project. So it really just depends on their payment process upon invoice. I would say that MSA is typically fairly quick to reimburse, and BCRP tends to be a little slower pay. But, you know, they do eventually get us the money back.
And the bond bill would have to be
The bond bill, that money goes to the state for that.
approved. Is it
So the
already
bond bill
approved or it
is
has to go
approved.
through this session? Okay.
No, it's approved. It's approved. So that's a reimbursement from the state.
Got it. Will we be getting like a report on, because I think it's important for us to follow that money because we're actually approving 10 million with the hopes that we'll get reimbursed 5 million. So will you come back to us and say, hey, we received the 5, hey, we only got 2? Is it a way for us to know if we actually got the money back?
Marianne, is there a way to do that? That's more a question for you.
Certainly, you know, this, our capital projects reimbursements generally depend on city schools expending the funds first, not committing the funds, but expending the funds. And so what would happen is we will then bill the associated parties, and then we will get that money, but it would only be reimbursement of the expenditures to date. So that's why it will probably come in over the life of the program. I'm not sure how long that is. Cindy, do you know?
So we are planning for the field. What we want to do is have the field playable by August, and you'll probably be finishing bleachers and press box and things like that as the fall goes on. So roughly 8 months to a year until closeout is complete.
Okay, so it's 2 fiscal years for us. And then what would happen is we will bill them, and with no associate, you know, like the costs are already on our books with the reimbursement requests. And so the amounts we get reimbursed will flow to the bottom line. And so it will be available there to replenish the unassigned fund balance as we close the books, but it'll be for 2 years. Like we'll get whatever we have reimbursed through June 30th, and then the balance will go with the next year, but we have to put it out first.
Yes, so I think maybe I wasn't clear on my question. The question is, or maybe I just need to make the statement. We want to know as the money is coming in and as this project is closed, that the money actually came back. So
Yeah, and Vice
at
Chair
the
Parker,
end,
oh, maybe one thing I'll just add is I think this is similar to some of the experience that we had with the Baltimore City Health Department in some of the health centers. I know that there was a fund assignment that we had to make because we weren't getting that reimbursement. And I hear Vice Chair Parker, and what you're saying is like we can be helpful, and we want to be aware of as those funds come in, or if they don't come in a timely manner, that we can ask questions, we can put pressure to say like, hey, this is, you know, we are putting the first dollars out there, but we certainly expect the partners, and you know, and we are grateful that the partners have committed this, but we just want to see the follow through. Is that, Vice Chair Parker, what you're sort of saying? We want to know that there's
yes. So as the year closed June 30, then we expect to hear X, Y, and Z on this project. And then as we go into because all of us will still be on the board in next fiscal year. So then in the next fiscal year, we want to make sure that it's coming in. You know, it's just a part of our oversight to make sure that what we vote on actually happens. So I just want to make sure it's a mechanism that this particular project, the Reach Field, is reported on again.
But certainly what I believe we can do, and I hope that this meets your request, is that we will say, as of June 30th, these are the expenditures that we have recorded. Therefore, we will bill out in accordance with the MOU and all. We will bill the city, you know, MSA, and the the bond, I think that went through the state and anyone else, and then we can tell you what we've built out and how much we've collected. Now, I suspect if we, depending on the frequency of our billing, typically it does take a little bit of time to work through their payment schedule. So I would expect to see that we would invoice for any cost through June 30th, but I would expect the money to come back in the like 2 months or so after that. So if we give you 2 reports, one at the end of June and then the other one at the end of the project, it will tell you, here are our costs, here what we billed, this is what we received, which I believe is what you are interested in. Okay, yes,
Thank you for that. And yeah, Dr. Judkins, if you could just make note to circle back on those to ensure that they're lifted up for us here on the Operations Committee at least. That'd be great. Any other questions from commissioners or Vice Chair Parker? Any follow-up questions from you? One thing that I am just struck with in this project in particular is the constellation of people that are coming together to work on this. And it reminds me of a statement that I heard somebody say a number of months ago of, if you look around and see any building, anything that exists, it is a testament to people that believed it could. And the fact that there is to be a field here and fully knowing that the current field that Reach Partnership students are using is no longer going to be available to them, to us, right? Like that's that change happening, all which I guess also to say that is not, that current field is not much to call a field, if you will. It is, that's a stretch perhaps. But all of that to say, like, I think when this project is complete, it will absolutely be a testament to your creativity, to all the folks that said they were willing to find creative ways, to elected officials, Senator McCray, to Baltimore City Rec and Parks, to Maryland Stadium Authority, like all of these folks believing in the value and the benefit of a full experience for our students that includes the opportunity for athletic and good health as well as learning. So thank you for your commitment to figuring out how to make this happen. And while certainly it is a higher price tag than we would have hoped and than was originally projected, obviously the water mitigation issues, better to deal with those now than live with them later. So thank you for the work you're putting into this. With that, we have concluded our supplemental appropriations request. Thank you, Mary Ann Cox, for presenting, and Cindy Smith for being here for a lot, for all of our presentations today, practically.
Thank you.
Let's go on to the procurement items. As I referenced, there are no public comments for today. So we'll go through and review operations procurement agenda.
All right. Good morning, commissioners and City Schools family. I'm Shabray Matthews, the Director of Procurement, and we have 7 items on the procurement agenda for consideration. First up is 13.1, AirTech Refrigeration and Mechanical Contractors, Inc. The Chief Financial Officer requests the board's approval to piggyback a competitively solicited contract with AirTech Refrigeration and Mechanical Contractors, Inc. to provide the maintenance and repair of food services mechanical equipment to city schools cafeterias. The estimated annual contract amount is $420,000. The contract term is February 26, 2025 through October 31st, 2029.
Any questions on this one? See none. Next.
Okay. 13.2, Premier Inc. U.S. Foods. The Chief Financial Officer requests the board's approval to increase the contract with Premier Inc. doing business as U.S. Foods to provide and deliver frozen and refrigerated food products, USDA commodities, and dry canned goods for city schools, food and nutrition cafeterias. The request is to increase the contract from $13 million annually to $18 million annually, an annual increase of $5 million annually. The term of the contract is June 1st, 2019 through May 31st, 2027.
Any questions on this item? Commissioner Mohammed.
Appreciate it. So, general question with regards to food. How do we go about, what is our procedure in assuring that we receive cost-effective pricing despite inflation? Are there processes that we currently use to assure that we are purchasing a certain amount and locking in at a price during a period of time? As inflation, over the years, the costs, they increase, and then we come back and we need to increase what we've already approved. So do we have a process to assure that we're protected from inflation?
Yes, so let me get to the full board letter so that I can pull up the solicitation process before I go into an answer for that question. And then I believe Liz may also be on the line.
Thank you, Commissioner. I
second.
just want to note that while, Shabray is pulling up the contractual language, we do receive increases based on adjusting market conditions, but have been extremely volatile to the point that we are not entirely immune from inflation. Our menu planning team does, do their best to try to accommodate when there are issues with the supply chain. So for instance, we've seen an increase in our top volume items ranging from 6% an item to 64% an item. And while we can make some accommodations, for instance, we have moved away from serving a lot of tuna fish because the increase and the fluctuations with eggs have impacted mayonnaise costs to the point that this is a very expensive item for us to serve now. But there's only so much limits that we can adjust. We have to meet certain subgroup requirements for things like red and orange vegetables or dark green and leafy vegetables. So there's only so much flexibility we have to adjust our menu within USDA's nutritional requirements. So that is, I guess, not specific to the contract increase, which Shabray can maybe comment on a little bit more, but I did want you to know that we do kind of adjust how we plan our menu as much as we possibly can within USDA's nutrition.
Correct. And this is I wanted to just double check the solicitation process because this is through Frederick County Public Schools, which is RFP 19FS1. So I do want to check to see, I know that they typically capture our needs, which is one of the reasons why we piggyback, because it offers us a cost savings. But I do want to check just to see what the cost escalation could be on an annual basis. And I don't have that in front of me, sorry.
Thank you. And you can get back to me in writing. I appreciate the insight, however.
Okay, no problem. Just piggybacking on what Liz said, typically it is an annual escalation, but it's already built into the pricing. And because we're coming back for an increase, there is definitely an increase in cost, so.
Vice Chair Parker.
Yes, I just wanted to get the official reason in my notes. Are we saying the reason it's gone up 5 million is because of inflation?
What we have seen is both impact of inflation to actual food prices. We've seen an increase in the amount of delivery fees. So we're charged a per case delivery fee for these items, and that has gone up significantly in the past 2 years. We've also seen an increase in the volume of meals that we are serving, which is going to impact the overall amount as well. So year to date, we've seen an increase of over 300,000 more meals being served in school year 25 compared to this time last year. So I wouldn't say it's any one of those items. It is the combined effect of those three.
Thank you.
And I thought that I saw it in here, but in the third paragraph, it does mention why a couple of reasons why the increase is necessary, including student participation in some of the menu items. But if you want us to add some additional context, we can definitely do that before board approval.
First of all,
Thank you.
I
Next
love.
item.
Oh, I had a quick question. Sorry. First of all, I love the picture of your background. And second of all, just a note for the increase in usage. Is that a communication thing with parents? Is that because of the quality of food, more kids are just interested in eating it? Is that because, do we have an idea? Is that because of an increase of need, because of economic shifts? Do we have an idea why consumption is up?
Again, that's a hard thing to isolate. We do have, popular items among students that we're excited to see. It also relates strongly to attendance. So the more students that you have every day, the more that are going to be present to even participate in the program. We have seen year-over-year increases since the pandemic closures. The year-over-year increases have not all been equal. Obviously, when we had buildings closed, there were very few meals being served because we didn't have students in buildings. But we have seen gradual increases in participation since the pandemic. They're getting less extreme, but in the past 2 years, we've seen about a 12% increase in the volume of meals being served.
Well, and just a shout out to Food and Nutrition. I mean, we at the Safety and Wholeness meeting a couple months ago had a food tasting, and it was delicious. So I'm not surprised that there are more students that are opting into that from that perspective as well. As you all are working really hard on that. Any other questions on this? Next, okay.
Yeah, you're like you're like, well, certainly the cost is in figuring out when we are dealing with lower resources, how do we make that work? But that at some point also celebrating the victory that you have more kids eating lunch every day and that we learn better when we have food and enjoy being there and the social elements, like that is important. So well done.
Next item.
Next item is 14.1, software maintenance support. The Chief Information Technology Officer requests the board's approval to renew the following one-year software maintenance and support services contracts at a total cost of $7,895,000. The contract term is July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026.
Any questions here?
Okay. 14.2, software maintenance support piggyback contracts. The Chief Information Technology Officer requests the board's approval to renew the following software maintenance and support services piggyback contracts at a total cost of $620,000. The contract dates vary for this procurement.
Any questions on this one?
Yes, can you repeat the amount? I missed it.
620.
And I know it's in notes, but I'm like a writer. I'm sorry.
I know that's no problem. $620,000.
Thank you.
Sure.
Next.
Next is 14.1, fire alarm installation, inspection, repair, and preventative maintenance. The Chief Operating Officer requests the board's approval to increase the contract with the vendors listed below to provide fire alarm installation, inspection, repair, and preventative maintenance services to Baltimore City Public Schools on an as-needed basis. The board is requested to increase the estimated annual contract amount from $400,000 to $800,000 annually, an annual increase of $400,000. The contract term is October 9th, 2024 through March 31st, 2028.
Any questions on this one?
Yes, whenever there's an increase, I would just like some type of base level reason of why.
Okay.
Do we have?
I mean, some of what I saw in the notes on this one is just they've been finding a lot of issues, and some of the repairs, and so the the inspections have been taking significantly longer, and
Correct.
there have been repairs that have been needed. Is that the, I guess, encompassing, or is there more as well?
And good afternoon, Scott Washington, from facilities. That is correct. I think the rationale that was given in the report is basically the fact that the inspections are more thorough. Number one, we're coming up with more deficiencies being found. And of course, as you know, our inflationary costs for the repairs are actually higher. So the combination of those things is contributing to this, as well as the fact that the existing contract that was in place was a 5-year-old contract. So you can imagine the cost increases from that original contract value.
Yeah, when I saw it at first, I was worried that it was just a cost of it was taking longer to do the inspections, but then as I saw the full scope of all of those pieces, it made more sense. Not wanting to reward a vendor for being slow and taking longer, but certainly in solving the problem, especially one of this nature.
Correct. Items 2 and 3 were really the main culprits for the increase.
Any other questions on this? Next.
So Commissioner Parker, though, you said that you would like to see what moving forward so that we can make sure we incorporate?
Just when anyone that is a increase, if you could just give like a brief for this recorded meeting, that would be great. So just a brief, it's increasing.
I got
Yep.
you. Okay.
Just
Got
yep. Quick bullet, not a lot, but I would like it recorded if possible.
Got it. Okay. All right. 15.2, Bronner Contracting Company, Inc. Field renovation at the Reach Partnership School, number 341, Lake Clifton Park, 456. The Chief Operating Officer requests the board's approval of a competitively solicited contract with Bronner Contracting Company, Inc. and the total amount of $10,667,580. The contract provides field renovation services at the Reach Partnership School, 341 Lake Clifton Park, 456.
Any questions on this item? I'll just note, I was glad to see the MBE, WBE requirements in there. Next.
Next is 16.1, tuition reimbursement contract increase. The Chief Human Capital Officer requests the board's approval to increase the contracts with 3 of the 11 approved local institutions of higher education to provide direct billing for tuition reimbursement from $6,880,000 to $7,480,000, an increase of $600,000. The contract term is July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2025.
Any questions on this one? I feel like we should find some way to like really celebrate and drive home this point that there is, 7.5, almost, rounding up 7.5 million of funds to support our predominantly, I imagine these are teachers that are receiving professional development, but that our staff are continuing their studies and being supported by the district for doing so. That is significant. And perhaps not often captured in the broader negotiations, maybe. I don't know, maybe they are, but I think celebrating this is worthwhile as well. Any other questions on any of the procurement items or comments?
I think also just tagging how that aligns to when you have your grow your own and kind of initiatives that are being pushed down from the state and that are coming. I think looking at ways that, once again, City Schools is leading the way, whether we get credit or for it or not, of thinking about that this is work that has already begun and that we can look to grow on. And that a lot of that happens easier when there isn't, having personally had to do reimbursement through City Schools, you're like, it's just always easier when it happens automatically.
Well, thank you for that, Ms. Matthews, for going through all those items. With this, any unreadiness before we conclude this meeting for my fellow commissioners?
None here.
Okay, well, with that, I will say thank you everyone for the presentations today and for the questions from my commissioners. Appreciate the just tremendous effort that from city schools operations related teams you all put day in and day out to make sure that our students are able to learn in well constructed and supported environments. So thank you everyone. This is end of call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.